All right, good morning, everybody. Back on the record, time is 8:46 a.m. It is Saturday, December 3rd. When we broke yesterday, we had just begun deliberations in Committee of the Whole, Group 3. We've already taken up proposals number 61 and 62 and taken action on those proposals. So we'll begin this morning with proposal number 33. I will also note for the record that Mr. Jensen is absent because he was conflicted out of proposals 33 through 60, and so that's why you don't see him at the table here today. All right, proposal number 33.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Matt Namath, for the record. I'm the Regional Management Coordinator for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 33, 5 AAC 06.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Aaron Tiernan. This proposal would increase the offshore distance that set gill nets can be operated from the 18-foot high water mark from 600 to 800 feet. This would only apply to waters of statistical area 321-50, which is right in front of the Ugashik Village. Currently in the waters of the Ugashik River, set gill nets must be operated within 600 feet of the 18-foot high water mark. This could allow the operators to effectively fish a larger portion of the tide when the fishing period encompasses the entire cycle. The waters in front of Ugashik Village is a traditional fishing area for those permit holders residing in the area, with 11 actively fished sites. Through 2012, set gill nets here were allowed to operate within 1,000 feet of the 18-foot high water mark. However, in July of 2011, the U.S. Coast Guard found the entire 1,000-foot distance allowed by state regulation blocked the river channel enough to constitute an obstruction to navigation at nearly every tidal stage. The distance was therefore adjusted to 600 feet at the 2012 board meeting, where it has remained since. Over the past few seasons, the shoreline along the village where the fishing sites are located has been filling in with sediment. This has reduced the fishable area to far less than 600 feet in regulation. The department is neutral on this proposal. If adopted, this will not impact the management of the fishery. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, Mr. Heimbuch and Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I view this proposal as basically a housekeeping manner to allow people to adjust their nets as they traditionally did for about 50 years in this village. The genesis of the prohibition on the distance offshore came about 15 years ago when there was one entity there using a steel cable to anchor their nets out, and it did provide an impasse to navigation on the river. That situation has since been rectified pretty much to the satisfaction of all residents in there. The traditional method of using either polypropylene or a nylon line as a basis for anchorage has been adopted, and it is my view that the use of that kind of gear no longer prohibits any kind of transit up the river, and I'll be supporting this.
Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, I'll be supportive as well, but I was concerned with the Coast Guard's finding in 2011 whether we were not getting right back to where we had been there. But there's an RC 57 in our record from E&E Foods that shows that they're the only large boat operator in the area and that they have no problem with this proposal as written. The second thing that caught my attention was a reference to the criteria of the board dictating deliberations on the commercial sea set net proposals impacted by coastal erosion. And so I went and got a copy of that. I wasn't even aware it existed, quite honestly. But I went and got a copy of it and read it, and it offers no guidance to us whatsoever, in my opinion. The only thing it says is this qualifies as a subject matter, and beyond that, it doesn't tell the board which direction to take. So I don't see where that's pivotal one way or the other, and I'll be supporting the proposal as submitted, Madam Chair.
Other board discussion. Well, this is a small, I don't want to say a small fishery, but relatively small number of people affected. I think that all of the set net sites that we're discussing, at least that have been intimated to me, would be affected by this proposal, have been there for a long time, and it's important to the local community, and there isn't a lot of alternatives for them in terms of being able to move, to my knowledge. in the Ugashik area. So I think I will be supportive of this as well. It's affecting perhaps 3 sites that are being filled in, is my understanding. And if there's no navigational concerns as related by, the processor in the area, I don't see why it would be inappropriate to just adjust the boundary to the changing environmental conditions. Any other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell? Any cost? Or somebody, sorry. John, you want to do cost?
Madam Chairman, approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate, nor is it expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I move the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 33. Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell. Yes.
Madam Chair, motion carries 4 in favor, 1 against.
Proposal number 34.
Proposal 34, 5 AAC 06.335, minimum distance between units of gear. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. This proposal would prohibit the operation of drift gill net gear within 1,000 feet of the 18-foot high water mark in all waters of the Ugashik District. Additionally, drift gill nets will not be allowed to block the navigable waters of Dago Creek, which flows into the district. Currently, drift gill nets are allowed to be operated anywhere within the district, except that no part of a drift gill net may be operated within 300 feet of the side of a gill net and within 100 feet of the offshore end of that said gill net. Also, there are no regulations stipulating that a drift gill net cannot obstruct a stream or any channel of that stream. This would exclude drift gill net fishermen from fishing locations they are currently allowed to fish. This could reduce the drift gill net harvest and have allocation implications. In the Ugashik District, set gill net operations are predominantly located along the eastern shore of Ugashik Bay, with little to no set net effort occurring along the western shore of the bay and along the outside coastal portions of the district. Dago Creek serves as an anchorage for vessels in between fishing periods or to ride out storms during the season. It is also one of the only places in the district that vessels may utilize as an access point to land-based facilities and supplies, and is used by set gill netters to deliver to tenders. The department opposes the portion of this proposal that would prohibit drift gill net gear from operating along the shorelines of the entire district. This would decrease the department's ability to control escapements and manage for allocation. The department is neutral on the remaining portion of this proposal and the allocation implications. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood.
I'd like to ask Captain Frenzel what his opinion is on this proposal, since the department is urging us to get guidance from him before we move forward.
Member Wood, through the chair, Aaron Frenzel for the record. We continually have conflicts between the 2 user groups. We can't be everywhere. We try to, but with our limited staff in the bay, it's almost impossible to see every instance that occurs. We do get reports of people blocking some issues in Dago Creek on occasion, nothing that we've taken enforcement on in there. And then, of course, the drifters occasionally getting into nets. We don't think a lot of time it's intentionally by all means, but it does happen due to operating close to gear and not knowing tides, how to operate the net. Some fishermen do it very successfully, and then there's fishermen that don't do it very well.
Madam Chair, if I might follow up then. From the wildlife perspective, will the proposal as written exacerbate that problem or have any impact on it?
I think when you have fishermen that end up going into another person's net, if you put 1,000 foot on there, I don't know if that's going to prevent that from happening. I think people are still going to go into nets by not operating their gear properly or knowing how to operate it properly. Putting another regulation on there, I don't think will definitively stop that from happening.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. I have a question for you, Captain Frenzel, as well. And that is, one of the things we heard in public testimony was that even when these entanglements were happening, that it was hard for them to kind of prove it, even if enforcement did come and investigate. And was there any recommendations for when these gear conflicts happen to make it something that they can prove, or make it to where it could be, you know, a penalty, or I guess, how can they prove that this happened and make it more enforceable in the event that it does happen?
Member Mitchell, through the chair. We tell drifter or set netters, get good photographs. By the time our vessel, our aircraft get to the location, many times it's done with. And it's really hard to prove a case in front of a jury or a judge that a person was within 300 feet or within 100 feet if we don't have any evidence of it. And it's just his word versus her word or whatever it might be. So we've been successful when we have good video of a drifter coming too close that we've prosecuted successfully. And it takes good documentation by the victim. And additionally, when we see gear that's been pulled out, we've been successful on drifters hooking into set net anchoring devices and dragging them along. We have been successful in that, so.
I guess I have one more follow-up there with that. And I mean, can't we kind of make this similar to like pedestrian right-of-way, or, you know, if you rear end somebody, it's typically your fault? And I mean, can you implement something like that, or how do you go about doing that to where, I mean, here you have fixed gear and gear that's able to manipulate and is maneuverable?
Member Mitchell, through the chair, there is statute regulation on the book that say you may not interfere with another person's commercial fishing gear. So if a person does interfere and prevent a person from being able to commercial fish, whether it be drifting into a set net anchoring system that's hooked to a net and dragging it down, that's prosecutable.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting this proposal. I think the current regulations, which provide distances offshore and on the sides of gillnet, are adequate. I think that this is an allocated proposal. I also agree with the department. It needs to have the ability to control and manage the allocation. And I think the current regulations allow them to do that. I think the difficulty for a drift fisherman being able to identify that 18-foot mark would be difficult and really be unenforceable. So, thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Just had one more question of the captain. After you successfully prosecute the situation where drift net gets tangled up with the set net as gear, what is the consequence of a conviction? Is there a fine, incarceration?
Member Wood, through the chair. There is a fine. It can be, depending on how it's charged, misdemeanor level or strict liability violation. There are civil aspects of victim, a commercial fisherman victim, could have against the person, and there is a legal avenue for that through the court system.
That would be civilly, correct?
Correct.
Under your strict liability scenario, what would be the fine that would be?
A strict liability is a stair-step offense in the commercial fishing. I believe it's under 1605, 722, and 723 are the penalty sections for strict liability violation offenses and Class A misdemeanor criminal offenses.
So the offender would be fined a set amount, or would they have to pay for the damages that they've caused?
Set amount, I suppose a judge could, I'd have to ask law, but require a set amount to go to the victim. We don't typically ask for that through the process, but again, they could go after it civilly. I would defer to law if the judge could.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, I was asking these questions primarily to help some of the people that have been impacted by it, that there is an avenue available to them other than the state troopers, and it's an avenue whereby they could recover some of their damages.
Is there anything Law would like to add into that? Or-
Madam Chair, we could get into the nuances of restitution and criminal liability, but that's probably not going to be very useful for this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any additional board discussion?
Madam Chairman, I don't believe that the approval of this proposal will result in any direct cost to users or the general public, nor to the department to implement, and I move the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 34. Heimbach.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails, 0-5. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 35.
Proposal 35, 5 AAC 06.335, minimum distance between units of gear. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Second, ask unanimous consent for substitute RC 100.
So I need the motion to substitute language for RC 100 for language found in proposal number 35 first. Thank you. And I have a second with unanimous consent.
Correct.
Is there any objection? All right, we have the language before us found in RC 100. Staff comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal would increase the minimum distance between the offshore end of a set gill net and any part of a drift gill net to 100 feet as stated in the RC 100. Currently, no part of a drift gill net may be operated within 300 feet of the side of a set gill net and within 100 feet of the offshore end of that set gill net. If adopted, this would increase the minimum distance between gear types and would decrease crowding and gear conflicts. Additionally, this would reduce available fishing area and potentially reduce harvest for drift gill net gear. The department is neutral on this allocative proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will kick off some of the board discussion since I did offer this RC. And the intent of the RC was to try and get these guys off the anchors. I recognize that there could be allocative implications, especially with the 300-foot as it was originally proposed. I wasn't comfortable with that. We heard lots of testimony about, that there's typically 100 feet of line or scope off of the anchor, and that there's not an insignificant amount of dragging of anchor gear, particularly in the set net. So the intent of this was for the board's consideration just to try and push these guys off just enough to try and avoid the anchoring gear and hopefully minimize and reduce those gear conflicts, and also to minimize any allocative implications. It is not my intent to make this overly allocative. It's really a safety issue and trying to minimize those gear conflicts so that everybody has a fair shot at the resource. Mr. Heimbach and then Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree completely. In matter of fact, what we've done to both the drift fleet and the set net fleet, if we don't do this, is to give them zero buffer. That's grotesquely unfair at every level, since we know that it's not always possible to control the actions of a drift gill net on the outside. This is the very least we could do to promote some harmony out there.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with the objective of the RC 100. I was going to go a different direction and just leave it at the current 100, but base it off of the buoy at the anchor with the same thought in mind, is to try and just keep them some distance away from that anchor. This 150-foot pretty much does the same thing, so I'll be supportive of the proposal as amended.
Thank you. I'll just also reiterate that this applies to the Naknek, Queejak, Ikagik, Ugashik, and Togiak districts. It does not apply to the New Shigak district, where we heard there's been sort of a long-struck, agreement. I don't know if everybody would agree with that statement, but that was certainly what was offered in public testimony. Is there any other, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to disagree with the prior comments the board has just made. I have quite a bit of experience with this. I think this could be extremely allocative in certain situations. I think this number, while I can appreciate the idea that the board is trying to create a buffer or a small safety threshold to keep gear conflicts from happening, I think that this is kind of an arbitrary number. I think it's going to be incredibly hard to enforce. I think the number that currently exists in regulation is currently hard to enforce. So for that reason, I will not be in support.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. From public testimony, it was, in my opinion, we continued to hear that this was like a small subset of fishermen that basically can't control their boats. And, that's kind of something you need to be able to do. And I struggle to pass regulation that has allocative implications to try and address a single group of people that are being part of the issue. And I'm not going to be in support of this, but I do encourage, if you're being impacted by this, to prosecute and to try and make it right, to help to, make that small subset group of fishermen not have this conflict.
Thanks. In response to the previous speaker, this is moving fast, it's moving furiously, you've got gear flying, potentially there's safety situations that can and have arisen. Grabbing a camera when you're trying to deal with all of that is not always practical nor safe either, and so I do think that the burden is unduly placed on the fixed gear. Those are just my comments in that space. I think it's pretty tricky to take pictures that are potentially good enough for enforcement in the middle of chaos. But Mr. Wood.
Madam Chair, I concur with the department that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for a private person to participate, nor is it expected to result in any additional costs to the department. With that, I'll move the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybog.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 35 as amended. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion fails. 3 in favor, 2 against.
Proposal number 36.
Proposal 36, 5 AAC 06.331, gillnet specification and operations. Madam Chair?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Move to adopt with substitute language found in RC 94.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Thank you. Hearing no objection, we have proposal number 36 with substitute language found in 94 before us. Staff comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 36 would establish a maximum length of 300 feet, which is found in the substitute language in RC 94. Currently, there is no established length restrictions for drift gillnet tow lines. Making access to shallower areas of districts could make it more difficult for the drift fleet to harvest fish. And it also could make it more difficult for the department to control escapements at times of high abundance. Over the last decade, there's been a shift to manufacture new drift gillnet vessels that can operate in shallower water. These vessels are deploying their drift gillnet in shallow areas along the beach and then using these tow lines to control their nets, and which allows the drift gillnet vessel to remain in deeper water and avoid grounding. The department is neutral on this allocative proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will speak to this a little bit since I did offer it. You know, I do think that the use of tow lines, and especially these lengthy tow lines, represents a shift in the fishery. It's different, as you just said, than the historical method for drift gill nets to fish in these very shallow waters. There are significant allocative implications that I think that the board should consider, especially since there's a bunch of new terrain essentially opened up for the drift fleet, and I think it is appropriate to consider those impacts on some of the other gear types that are sharing in the area. So I offered up 300 feet. I will note that there is also RC 98, where there seems to be a compromise that is developed from jet boats, set nets in the area, and also prop boats, drift net prop boats in the area, requesting 600 feet. I'm not opposed to that. I do think that some level of restriction on the tow line is appropriate, considering the allocative implications and the very significant shift in the use of the fishery, or the prosecution of the fishery with the new technology. So, you know, I would be open to a friendly amendment if somebody was so inclined.
If someone could explain the impact of RC 98 to me in more detail as to what its impact would be, I might be inclined to make such a friendly amendment, but right now I'm not.
Okay, I can take a stab at it, but I'll let the department go first, since they're probably better at it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So RC 98 is a compromise. It appears that you've got a collective of jet boat operators, prop boat operators, and set net operators that came together, and they compromised at a tow line length of 100 fathoms, which would be about 600 feet there. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, because I read that as 100 feet. I couldn't read what it was, and I couldn't figure out why we would do that.
My apologies.
Yeah, Madam
600
Chairman,
feet.
I will move RC 98 as substitute. As an amendment, correct?
To amend 300 to 600 feet. Is there a second?
Second. Ask unanimous consent.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, we have the language in RC 94 before us as amended. Yeah, I think I put most of my comments on the record. I'm comfortable with the 600 feet. It allows a little bit more play, a little bit more opportunity in there. And, you know, I also think it perhaps addresses, you know, some potential exclusion of the prop boats that don't have the jet technology. And so I'm comfortable with it, but I like I said, I did want to see some level of the tow line length addressed, just because it is a significant sort of incursion into how the fishery was historically prosecuted. Any additional discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I listened to public testimony, and this is kind of a proposal or an issue that I've never really heard come up before. I'm not sure if this is the first time it's come up in the Bristol Bay meetings, but it's kind of unusual. To me, I look at this proposal as not really an allocative issue between the set gill net and drift fleet. I think this is more of a competitive thing between specific kinds of gill net boats in the same gear group. While I was concerned with some of the aspects regarding this when it comes to safety, I don't know that I've necessarily heard enough public testimony to make me think that this is a one length over another is something that should be put into regulation. I once again think that this is just another thing. As we all know, the Department of Public Safety has many, many different things that they have to focus on in a very, very wild fishery in Bristol Bay, and I just think this is going to be a regulation that's a low priority that's going to be very difficult to enforce. If the board does intend to move this down the road. I think that Captain Frenzel probably has something that they would like to add to this discussion when it comes to the definition of what a tow line is and how that should maybe be clarified before the board takes final action.
Thank you. I believe that the tow line is well, it's not defined as a tow line, it's attached to the drum, or the drum rail, I believe, and I'll let the department speak to that. This doesn't preclude having additional line on board for safety purposes, so you can have it on board, you can just not have it attached. Actually, I think it would be one of the easier things to enforce, frankly, because you'll be able to see how far people are out towing their nets. But, Mr. Heimbach.
I concur with a lot of the sentiments Board Member Carpenter brought up. We do have two different kinds of drift boats, both utilizing this technique. One is a shallow water jet boat that goes in and sets the nets and gets on step and gets out. The other one is people with deeper draft boats setting a net and then when there's plenty of water, then running out and waiting until there's a lot of shallows in there. Both of them are trying to operate this gear in a remote fashion. So for me, one of the biggest things that's coming up is I really believe these nets are becoming, as the definition says in regulation, otherwise fixed. And the deal we're going to have to, the issue that'll arise in the future if more and more of this happens is this an adequate definition of what a drift net was intended to do? There is an emerging safety issue with the smallness of the diameter of these really strong lines that present a clotheslining possibility for people coming at high speeds across a span that might be 1,000 feet. Whether or not that's an issue enough now, it probably isn't, but there's not enough here for me to support the regulation under the philosophies that we're talking about.
Well, I heard public testimony, quite a bit of it actually, on either side of this issue, and I respect the fact that there's a group of stakeholders from multiple sectors, SetNet, prop boat, jet boat, that came together and offered this agreement, and so I'd like to support that compromise effort, and I will be fully supportive of this proposal. Any other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell.
I too will be in support of this proposal, and I'll echo the comments made by Member Carlson Van Dort.
Mr. Wood.
I'm looking at RC 98 and I already misinterpreted one of the handwritten notes. There's an item there from a Joel, looks like Lindsay, and I can't make out, it seems like he is a prop boat. Do you all read that the same way? Okay, so we've got prop boats, two of them, and then several jet boats and several set netters. I don't know who else is involved out there, but it seems like they've gone across all specters, and I, too, will be supportive of their effort to come together. Pardon me? Oh, we finished? Okay. Yes, Madam Chairman, I concur with the department that approval of this proposal will not result in additional direct costs for a private person to participate, nor does it expect the department to result in any additional costs to the department. Move for question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Arizona Missions Director Raybong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 36 as amended. Carpenter.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion fails. 3 in favor, 2 against.
Proposal number 37.
Proposal 37, 5 AAC 06.331, gillnet specification and operations. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to the decision made on Proposal 36.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 37. Proposal number 38.
Proposal 38, 5 AAC 06.331, gillnet specification and operations. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to the decisions made on Proposal 36.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 38. Proposal number 39.
Proposal 39, 5 AAC 06.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second,
Staff comments, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. This would prohibit other permit holders from installing an anchor, running line, or net within the boundaries of a shore lease site when the leasee is actively fishing that site. Currently, there are no fishery regulations that prohibit anchors, running lines, or gill nets from being operated there by another permit holder. However, set gill nets must operate more than 300 feet from another set gill net in the Naknek, Kwijak, Igigik, Ugashik, and Togiak districts. In the Nushagak district, set gill nets must be operated at least 450 feet apart from one another. This could decrease crowding and possible conflicts amongst set gill net operators. Shore leases give an individual priority to fish a specific site within a commercial fishing district. However, when the leaseholder is not present or fishing that site, it is handled on a first-come, first-served basis. The department is neutral on this proposal, Madam Chair.
Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Seems that we have some departmental law comments with regards to this proposal. Would you like to speak to that, Aaron?
Yes, thank you, Member Mitchell, through the chair. I just pointed out actually sort of the same thing that just heard from staff, that these are regulated by the Department of Natural Resources. I also pointed out in my memo that part of the proposal was to, get the exact language here, impose a fine upon commercial fishers for complaining to the troopers. And I don't think the board has authority to trim a little fat off the First Amendment, so that's probably not within the province of this body.
Thank you for that. Given some of the concerns with legal and also that we heard no public comments on this during the committee, the whole process, I will not be in support of this.
And just to confirm, there's there's already a provision that prevents, that requires minimum distance between sites. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I can't be supportive of this either. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Wood.
Madam Chair, concur with the department that approval of the proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to private person to participate, nor to the department for any additional cost. Move the question.
Thank you. I will also note that there is overwhelming opposition to this proposal amongst, on the on-time public comments and ACs. There was one public comment in support of this proposal. Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rabung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 39. Heimbach.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Madam Chair, motion fails, 0-5.
Proposal number 40.
Proposal 40, 5 AAC 06.331, gillnet specifications and operations. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with the substitute language found in RC 91.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have proposal number 40 with substitute language found in RC 91 before the board. Staff comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Travis Ellison for the record. This proposal would increase the area of approximately 1 mile as the proposal is written, where set gill nets can be more than 1,000 feet from the 18-foot high tide mark if the web of the shoreward end of the set gill net is dry at the time of the opening. The area would be on the west side of Kwijak Bay. Currently, no part of a set gill net may be more than 1,000 feet from the 18-foot high tide mark in this area. This would increase the amount of beach where set gill nets can fish effectively. Minimum distance from shore regulations for set gill nets helps provide for an orderly fishery by reducing conflicts between set gill nets and drift gill nets. On the east side of Naknek-Kwijak district, from the mouth of the Naknek River to the Kwijak River, most of the fishable beach has been leased under the Shorefish Lease Program. On the west side of the district, including the area in the proposal, There are relatively few shore fish releases, and set gill net effort is generally low. This area is also fished by drift gill net permit holders, but generally less effort than other parts of the district. The department is neutral on this allocative proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
I just want to confirm with the department, have you folks verified that the lat longs that are given on this are correct and accurate? I have no way of knowing.
And before we do that, I am just realizing in my notes here that we also have an RC 93. They're identical? Okay. Okay.
Sorry, what I was just saying on the record is I believe that they're identical. I had the Commercial Fisheries Division Deputy Director take a look at that language. He informed me that they were essentially identical. One had some bolded language, one did not. And if that's wrong, then let me know, but that's what I checked with prior to beginning deliberations.
Yeah, and the only thing I want the department to do is verify the numbers that are on there are correct.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, on RC 93, the GPS coordinates are in here are what are currently in the regulations, and RC 93 would delete those from the regulations. So, I mean, they've been verified, they're already in the regulation book, and this would take them out of the regulation book, and it would open up the entire Queejack section to fishing beyond 1,000 feet, as long as the shoreward end of the net is dry at the time of the opening. That is well over a mile. I don't know how many miles down to the district boundary line is, but it's a long ways.
My bad, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
So, here's why I'm inclined to support the language. I think that it represents a simplification, granted an expansion, but a simplification and a clarification of the regulation. I see this line as being fairly arbitrary. It's from an unnamed creek at an unnamed point. And one of the things that gives me the most heartburn or trouble about this particular line in the middle of the district, if you will, is that it has basically made a long time traditional set net site from a local user functionally illegal. And I don't want to, I don't think that anybody should be, forced to operate a traditional site illegally because of an arbitrary unnamed creek line. So those are my thoughts. I understand that this does open up significant area. And so I'm interested in hearing the board's thoughts on it. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe a question for the department, and I know they're obviously staying neutral on allocative issues, but can you tell me if by creating this regulation, will this make it more difficult for you to balance? Because it's going to make the east side and west side much more open at different periods of time, depending on stage of tide, sections that are open at any given time. Is this going to make it more difficult?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, I guess the short answer is yes. There's ways to mitigate that through time and area, mostly time. We would, in order to try to balance the allocation, which we have been struggling to do, we would close Queejack set netters likely more often, assuming that there is an expansion and more effective set gill netting. At the same time, drifters would be, there's certain sets the drifters would not be allowed to make, which sometimes are very productive for them. They would not be able to make those sets because of where those set gill nets would be. And, there's no limit to this. So there's mud flats that go out over half a mile. And I don't know the full extent, but they can be way out almost they would look like they're in the middle of the district at high tide.
Does it not state in here that no part of a set net, gill net may be more than 1,000 feet from the 18-foot high tide line mark? Or the shoreward end can't go dry? Would that effectively send them out into the middle of the district, that language?
Yes, Madam Chair, by including the the set net must go dry at the time of the opening, that's what would allow the set netters to move farther out into the district in this area that's being discussed. Just a little point of clarification, typically we open the fishery at the 7-foot flood stage. Most gill nets in the district are dry at the 7-foot flood stage, and they're just starting to get wet there. That's when we open the drifters for conservation of king salmon, and that's when we open the set netters, partly because it allows them to deploy their gear at that tide stage. If you wait a little later, there's too much current, too much water for a lot of sites to put their gear out. So it's significant.
Could you not manage both sides the same way?
Can you clarify the question?
Well, you just said that you're managing the tide for opportunity and for conservation. I mean, wouldn't that apply irrespective of which side of the district you were on?
We currently do manage them both section, Nagnac and Queejack sections, to start at the 7-foot flood stage and end at the 7-foot ebb.
Okay. Additional board discussion, Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Concur with the department that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct costs for a private person to participate, nor is it expected to result in any additional costs to the department. Move the question.
I'll just touch on the allocation criteria, just because I do think that if this does pass, we should probably discuss it a little bit. And this is a new area. There is a section of the, I guess, sort of upper portion of that district that is historical. And like I said, I wanted to address the issue of, what is essentially a set net site that has been longstanding and forced to sort of operate illegally, irrespective of whether enforcement chooses to enforce or not. It's just not fair. And I think that this would provide a little bit more opportunity potentially for locals in the watershed as well, in the upriver area, folks that live in that area. This is obviously not a highly used area. Most of the concentration of effort has been on the east side. But I do think that given the changing environmental conditions, that this could become an important opportunity for access to set net sites on that side of the district. And I think I'll just stop there. Cost has been done. Mr. Heimbach. All right.
I have a
Ms.
question.
Mitchell.
Yeah. Thank you. My question's for the department, just to clarify a little bit more. I was having a hard time following that, but is this going to make a significant difference in having gear in the middle of this area? I just wasn't following that exactly. Was it the either or is already in place for this side, and this is just opening up this area and allowing for the same regulation that already exists, right?
Through the chair, Ms. Mitchell, are we talking about RC 93 or the proposal language?
Our RC 91 is what we have before us.
Okay, yes, RC 91. So from the unnamed creek upstream to the mouth of the Queejack River, which is the upstream boundary of the district, there's not a ton of drift gill net effort. But as you move out of the district, or towards the outer end of the district along that west bank of the Queejack section, there is a lot of drift gill net effort. There's places, Half Moon Bay, that are known for really large sets. I don't know exactly where set gill nets would fall and where they could be set in there, given the change in regulation to only have to be dry at the time of opening. But it will affect drift netters.
Mr. Peterson.
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, I do want to just put one thing on the record, and the members of the board are probably already aware of this, but just in case there's any confusion, there is no first in time, first in right principle to set nets and gill nets. The gill nets have to stay away from the set nets. And there's actually a relatively famous case about that in Alaska that I won't get into, but that is the law. And so,
Thank you. Mr. Heimbach.
Since we're still roughly on the same subject, I want to be known that I'm very sympathetic towards the displacement of somebody who's been there a long time. And if in fact this proposal was only addressing that, it would be one thing. But I think it's very clear we have a poster child that a whole bunch of people on the bus are piggybacking onto. And that has really not been examined very well, but I think it's been alluded to by staff. I would encourage us to be really careful under the guise of wanting to do the socially correct thing, that we haven't just opened up a very big door. Thank you.
So let me ask the department a question, and again, we have 91 before us. Can we address the line issue? That's my primary focus. I mean, if we removed the either or, does that address the issue that Mr. Heimbach just spoke to?
I'm sorry, I missed his, Mr. Heimbach's point there, if you could repeat that.
So the issue that I would like to increase access, but if the either or is what is really creating a sticking point, then, if you just allowed for no more than 1,000 feet from the 18-foot high tide mark, I know that might not make some of that west side fishable, or perhaps not, I don't know specifically, but my primary goal is to try and address the line issue. There's an arbitrary line, in my opinion, from an unnamed creek that bisects the district, and I don't understand why that exists, and I don't think it should. So my question is, if you removed some of the subparagraphs under 5, would that address that?
Madam Chair, if you remove the or and just left as a set gill net must be set within 1,000 feet of the high tide mark, many of the leased sites on the east side of the Queejack section would become less fishable for sure. And throughout Bristol Bay, we have different set gill net regulations for distance from shore, from beach to beach. For example, on the North Naknek Beach, we can actually have a set gill net seaward of another set gill net. And that's the only place in Bristol Bay that's allowed. And if you look at the Nushagak section from beach to beach, you have different regulations. And so that line, I wasn't around when it was drawn, but I wouldn't necessarily jump to conclude that it's arbitrary because it's at No Name Creek.
I'm jumping to conclude that it's arbitrary. But, so my question is that there's either or language on the east side. If you don't apply that either or language to the west side, that doesn't impact what's currently happening. It just provides a little bit more space, potentially, and addresses the issue of an individual's, site right now. Yes or no?
If you remove the or language to the west side of the Queejack section, the leased sites that are on that line at the No Name Creek would become relatively unfishable.
Okay. Any other board discussion? Mr. Heimbach?
Madam Chairman, can we take a 2-minute break?
We can. All right, we're back on the record. The time is 9:48 a.m. We're wrestling with, right now, we have Proposal 40 as substitute language in RC 91 adopted. Ms. Mitchell.
I'm going to make a motion to move to adopt the original language found in Proposal 40 and disregard the RC language found in 91.
That was a second with unanimous consent made by Member Wood. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we have the language in Proposal 40 before us. I'm going to reference my comments that I've made earlier in this debate, and I will offer, open it up to board discussion. Again, my intent is to create that opportunity from what I believe is a relatively arbitrarily drawn line to accommodate a traditional net site. And recognizing that that does open up a bit more area to additional interest, I guess. And I've touched on the allocation criteria, I think, associated with opening some additional area on the west side, and so I'll just refer to those comments. Any additional board discussion? I believe we have addressed cost. The question has been called. Would you like to call the question for proposal number 40?
So moved, question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Errors and omissions, Director Abung.
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 40. Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Heimbach.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion fails. 2 in favor, 3 against.
Thank you. Moving on to proposal number 41.
Proposal 41, 5 AAC 06.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 101.
Move and ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Second and unanimous consent. Hearing no objection, we have proposal number 41 before us with the language found in RC 101. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, good morning. Tim Sands for the record. This would increase the maximum distance from shore that set gillnets are allowed to be set in some parts of the Nishigack District. It would also clarify from where the offshore distance is measured. This proposal would give more area to the set net fleet along Ecook Beach, thus reducing the area where the drift gillnet fleet can fish. It would also clarify the maximum distance from shore by using survey data to establish offshore distance maximum in this area. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. The department refers the board to Alaska Wildlife Troopers' comments on the need for a surveyed offshore distance line for enforcement purposes. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Captain Frenzel, can you just confirm that the surveyed coordinates or information contained in RC 101, is clear enough for enforcement purposes?
Madam Chair, for the record, Aaron Frenzel, though we are unknown of the exact locations because we haven't taken the time to plot it out, they are enforceable if they're properly written as they are.
I will also just add to the discussion that we did hear quite a bit of testimony that this area that is set netted currently is being significantly affected by erosion. This language here represents some compromise in terms from drifts and some drifters and set netters in the area. It was done, the coordinates were presented to us by a professional surveyor, is my understanding. And part of the agreement that was struck is that this would sunset at the beginning of the next Bristol Bay Board of Fisheries meeting. Personally, I'm not in favor of sunset dates. It's come back if it needs to be changed and come back with a regular proposal. I do understand that there is concern about the implications of this, and there's some level of discomfort or uncertainty with the new coordinates. And so the stakeholders wanted an opportunity to be able to use it for a couple of years and make sure that it worked properly. Like I said, I don't like sunsets, but recognizing that that was a part of the deal that was struck amongst the stakeholders, I will support the language in RC 101 as written, and I will entertain any additional board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
I will also be in support of this proposal, and thank you for doing the work on this and for coming to that agreement.
Any additional board discussion? Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, I concur with the department that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to a private person to participate, nor any additional cost to the department. Move the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question's been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Francois.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 41 as amended. Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 0 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 42.
Proposal 42, 5 AAC 06.333, requirement and specification for use of 200 fathoms of drift gill net in Bristol Bay. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would repeal the dual drift operation language and make it so that all drift gill net vessels could fish no more than 150 fathoms of gear. The current regulations limit the length of a drift gill net to no more than 50 fathoms per vessel unless 2 CFEC drift gill net permit holders are on board a vessel at the same time. The vessel and the permit holders are registered as a dual operation, and the vessel is marked accordingly. Dual permit regulations require 2 separate permit holders to be present on a vessel. If this proposal were adopted, this would require all CFEC permits to be fished on individual boats. The legal gear limit for drift gill net vessels was 150 fathoms until 2003 when the regulation was adopted that allowed use of 200 fathoms of gear when 2 permit holders are on board the vessel at the same time. The department is neutral on this proposal.
Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not in favor of repealing this provision at this time. I think there was a lot of concerted effort on not only the part of past boards, but also CFEC did an extensive study in Bristol Bay. This has been played out over the last decade or so, and I currently don't see anything that has been demonstrated to me that there's a real good reason to change things from the way we are right now. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I concur with Member Carpenter's conclusion, and would just point out to those that were advocating that we do this based upon the fact that the dual permit system met its initial purpose, doesn't necessarily preclude us from figuring out that perhaps the dual system has evolved into something totally different than maybe originally envisioned, but nonetheless serves a very valuable purpose in the current day market. And I will not be supporting any changes to the dual permit system as it's presently in place.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to put it on the record, too, that there was information presented through the committee of the whole process that indicated 40% who went through the loan program relied on the depot permit, and I think that's just great that we're bringing, able to bring people into this fishery and get them on through this system, so I will not be in support of this proposal to remove that program.
Thank you. I will also note significant opposition in the on-time public comments. There were a handful of supporters, but definitely overwhelmingly in opposition to this proposal. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Concur the department that approval of this proposal may actually result in some additional direct costs or for the CFEC permit holders working on dual permit vessels who wish to remain in the fishery and use that permit, but will not result in any additional costs to the department, and would call a question.
The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 42. Heimbach.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dorn.
No.
Motion fails, 0-5, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 43.
Proposal 43, 5 AAC 06.333, requirements and specifications for use of 200 fathoms of drift gill net in Bristol Bay. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to action taken in Proposal 42.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 43. Proposal number 44.
Proposal 44, 5 AAC 06.333, requirements and specifications for use of 200 fathoms of drift gill net in Bristol Bay. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to action taken on Proposal 42.
Second, that's unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 44. And at this time, we'll take about a 20-minute break, and we will resume deliberations with proposal number 45. Back on the record at 10:20. Thanks, everybody. We're back on the record. The time is 10:35, and we did need to take a short break due to some technical issues that we were experiencing. For whatever reason, unknown reason, the upload speeds kind of seem to have crashed or been really compromised this morning, so that may affect the live video stream of the meeting on YouTube, but the live audio stream should be fully functional. So there may be a bit of a lag time with the YouTube, but again, the audio should be in real time. Just wanted to let folks in the room and potentially listening from other places know what was happening with that. Okay. Back to deliberations, group 3, we're on proposal number 45, I believe. So, proposal number 45, thank you.
Madam Chair, for the record, Matt Namath, ADF&G. Proposal 45, 5 AAC 06.333, requirements and specifications for use of 200 fathoms of drift gillnet in Bristol Bay. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 41.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have the language before us is found in RC 41. Staff comments, please.
We're catching our error here. It's not, RC 41 is with regards to proposal 55. So move to adopt the language found, or the proposal 45.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Okay, so we had, no. Mr. Peterson.
If I understood Member Mitchell right, it was just to remove the, so procedurally, 45 was adopted, and then an amendment, or an RC was adopted and asked unanimous consent. There was no objection, but that was a mistake, so I believe the intent was to go back to proposal 45. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so 45 is on the table. There is no RC, and go forward.
There is no substitute language that I'm aware of for proposal number 45. So we will have proposal number 45 before us. I think that's clear for the record. Proposal number 45. Gentlemen, staff comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Travis Ellison for the record. This proposal would make dual drift operations a different gear class with less fishing time than single permit operations. There are no regulations for allocation or differences in fishing time for dual drift operations versus single drift permit operations currently. If adopted, this would create a separate class of drift permit holder. It would reduce the incentive to participate in a dual operation. It would create confusion for users and complicate management. The department opposes this proposal because it complicates fishery management. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of creating a new gear group. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. All right. Well, I'm not going to be supportive of this. I think it is definitely overly complicated. I can't support this at all. Any additional board discussion? Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, I also will not be in support of this. There's significant public comments in opposition to this, and
Not to mention 0 on-time public comments that were in support of this. And there were no comments in committee of the whole with respect to this proposal either. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Wood, would you like to do cost, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Concur with the department that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct costs for a private person to participate, nor any additional costs to the department, and call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 45. Carpenter.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 0-5. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 46.
Proposal 46, 5 AAC 06.333, requirements and specifications for use of 200 fathoms of drift gill net in Bristol Bay. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal will allow the owner of 2 CFEC drift gill net permits to operate 200 fathoms of drift gill net gear from a single vessel, also known as permit stacking. Currently, dual permit regulations require 2 separate CFEC permit holders to be present on a vessel in order to operate as a dual vessel with 200 fathoms of gear. If adopted, this would have no effect on management for salmon escapement goals. House Bill 286 was passed into law in 2002, allowing an individual to own 2 commercial salmon permits in the same fishery. In 2006, House Bill 251 was passed, allowing the board to authorize additional gear with ownership of a second permit. The department is neutral on this proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. I have a quick question. So 2002 allowed for the dual permit system legislatively. 2006 allowed for what is essentially permit stacking. The CFEC report was done in 2002. I believe it was made public in 2004, so prior to either of this legislation. Is that correct? Ish?
I think so, Madam Chair. I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Heimbach.
Having been really well acquainted with this and participated in this out in Bristol Bay, some of the sentiment behind this request is a desire to have full transparency and honesty in who actually owns the permits. We have a significant number of permits out in the Bristol Bay area being fished under the current regulations that behind the scenes belong to the vessel owner, vessel skipper. A lot of those people are very uncomfortable having circumvented the regulations in CFEC, which does not allow you to have any attachment to a permit that's in somebody else's name unless it's under the auspices of the state as it exists now. And I sympathize with that, but the other side of this question is the obvious move towards consolidation, which is a very socially delicate issue. I can't support this primarily because most of the residents of Bristol Bay are very much familiar with that side of it and are uncomfortable with the obvious move towards consolidation from superior economies down south or wherever. So as I said, I cannot support this, although I admire the drive to be honest by a few of the people that have pushed this.
Additional board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just echo Member Heimbach's comments. I will also not be supporting this proposal.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will not be supporting this proposal. I agree with the department's comments that it would make it more difficult for new fishery participants, and I'll also note that there were 4 ACs in opposition to this proposal.
So I don't have any sense personally of whether or not it would make it more or less difficult for people to enter into the fishery. I know that when the D-permit system was proposed before the board, it too encountered a lot of significant opposition initially, although we heard in public testimony that over time, I think folks have come to realize that there have been significant benefits to that change. However, the CFEC optimum study is a bit dated. It was, if I understand correctly, it was done prior to these regulatory and legislative changes to allow some of this. And so I would be more comfortable with a conversation around permit stacking if there was a more updated CFEC study. Who knows? Who's to say that maybe permit stacking wouldn't have a similar benefit in one way or another as some of the D-permit program allowed, but for my comfort level at this point in time, I can't be supportive of it. So I'd like to see that permit study by CFEC, I think, updated for, you know, the current conditions and the current regulatory environment and legislative environment. That would be my comments. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I also will not be supportive, but You know, looking at how the dual system works, it offers a entry path for new people to get into the fishery, whereas permit stacking does not do that at all. In fact, if anything, probably creates a bigger barricade to it financially. I'll not be supportive of it. I understand where they're going and why they're going there, and it would remove some gear from the waters, no question of it. But at the cost, it's not I'm willing to pay. So I'll be voting against, and unless there's further discussion, I'll go into the costs. And indeed, concur with the department, if CFEC permit values were to increase, it would be an additional direct cost for a private person to participate if this proposal is to be adopted, but there would be no direct or additional cost to the department, and would call a question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 46. Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Motion fails. 0-5, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 47.
Proposal 47, 5 AAC 06.333, requirements and specifications for use of 200 fathoms of drift gillnet in Bristol Bay. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to action taken on proposals 46.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 47. Proposal number 48.
Proposal 48, 5 AAC 06.370, registration and re-registration. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Move to adopt a substitute language found in RC 95.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have proposal number 48 with substitute language found in RC 95 before us. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Philip Stacy for the record. This proposal would change the date where permits and vessels that fished in other Bristol Bay districts would be allowed to fish in Togiak District from the hard date of July 27th to a midpoint of escapement goal-based range. Currently, a CFEC permit holder and fishing vessel registered before 9 a.m. July 17 to fish in the Togiak District may not take salmon or be used to take salmon in the Nushagak, Naknek-Kwijak, Egegik, or Ugashik District from 9 a.m. June 1st to 9 a.m. July 27th. CFEC permit holder and fishing vessel registered before 9 a.m. July 17th to fish in the Nushagak, Naknek-Kwijak, Egegik, or Ugashik District may not take salmon or be used to take salmon in the Togiak District from 9 a.m. June 1 to 9 a.m. July 27. This proposal, as amended, would change the timing of being able to transfer in and out of the Togiak District to an escapement goal-based trigger for the midpoint of the escapement goal. Background there was, so the Togiak Salmon District Management Plan was created by the board in 1996. At that time, transfer period was waived on July 21 if the department could project escapement to exceed 150,000 by July 24. In 2012, the board removed the escapement-based trigger from regulation. Since 2012, the midpoint of the Togiak escapement goal has increased to 195,000 sockeye salmon. An escapement-based trigger based on the midpoint of the escapement goal range would be more consistent with the management of other Bristol Bay districts. It would also provide a buffer against changes in escapement goal or run timing, allowing additional fleet to participate if runs are early or large, and protecting the local fleet when runs are small or late. The department would support this position.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll just speak to the substitute language briefly. I offered this after speaking with the proposer, and I think that the language addresses the issue that he was trying to deal with in his initial proposal. I prefer this language because it does promote some consistency in management and in regulation, and so I typically, generally, am in favor of that. And I do think that it will accomplish the goal of, protecting the Togiak fleet, which is small, and very local. You know, in times when the fish just aren't flowing towards Togiak, but also provide opportunity and as a management tool for the managers to use when there's times of high abundance and they're got concerns about escapement issues. So I think it accomplishes what we need to accomplish. The original proposer was in favor of this, and I would also just direct members' attention to RC 90, which just is a short table that I asked the department to prepare that kind of shows the dates where the midpoint might be, or has been in the past, and sort of some averages. And typically, it looks to be towards sort of late July in 2022. It would have been 31 July where the midpoint was met, but I'll also direct members' attentions to 2017, 14, 13, and some earlier subsequent years where the midpoint was not met, and therefore the transfer or the re-registration, whatever the correct term is, would not have been allowed. So just wanted to provide that additional clarification and put it on the record. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. I think what I heard you say is that if it went to an escapement-based trigger, the department would be supportive. This obviously does this. Is the department supportive of 95 as written?
Through the chair, we suggested an escapement goal-based trigger to be more in line with our other areas in Bristol Bay.
I understand that. So you have a trigger base now based on escapement, so it seemed like the department would be supportive, and that's what I'm trying to get on the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Board discussion. No additional board discussion. Would you like to do cost?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Concur with the department that approval of the proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to private person to participate, nor any additional cost to the department, and call for the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Rabong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 48 as amended. Heimbach.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 49.
Proposal 49, 5 AAC 06.XXX, new section.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would reestablish a general district salmon management plan as follows. When the upper escapement goals have been achieved in east side districts, Naknek, Kwijak, Egegik, and Ugashik, the department may have the option to enact a general district. The general district would consist of the waters specified in the May 17th, 2004 Board of Fisheries approved general district. Current regulations allow for fishing in terminal Bristol Bay districts associated with major river systems according to the management plans. Each system is managed to achieve an escapement goal with an established range. In addition, the department attempts to manage harvest by gear group to achieve allocations targets established by the board, which vary by district. If adopted, this proposal would allow commercial fishing on multiple species of salmon from stocks of unknown origin and run strength. All general district harvests would be caught by drift gillnet gear, which would reduce set gillnet gear harvest and make it more difficult to meet the board's allocation objectives in each district. The general district creates management difficulties when fish caught in the general district need to be allocated to rivers of origin because of the mixed stock nature of the harvest and the delivery patterns of permit holders within the district. Inaccurate allocations of stocks may result in more inaccurate in-season harvest forecasting, estimates of total run, and other analytics. 5 AAC 06355, Bristol Bay Commercial Drift and Set Gillnet Sockeye Salmon Management and Allocation Plan instructs the department to manage Bristol Bay sockeye salmon fisheries terminally using run strength information developed in season. The plan directs that the stocks will be managed as they return to the districts associated with major river systems under the following priorities. Number one, achievement of biological escapement goals. Number two, maintenance of genetic diversity. Number three, providing any harvestable surplus of salmon for users. For this priority, the board expressed its intent that harvest of any surplus continue to take place in traditional areas and allocation between user groups or gear types, while recognizing that interceptions of stocks from adjacent areas will occur. Under the fourth priority, the board further directed the department to minimize interception to the extent practicable without compromising these objectives. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. The department is opposed to the concept of the general district because of the non-terminal nature of the fishery, unknown impacts to non-local salmon species and stocks, and resulting implications to management. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Heimbach and Ms. Mitchell.
Madam Chair, thank you. I would very much like to see general district things go forward in Bristol Bay in particular. For myself, I think the way we have managed lines in this area is one of the primary contributors to permits leaving the watershed. And I know with no small amount of irony that all the arguments that we make about terminal fisheries in this state have developed when one area is fighting against another. And as soon as we established mixed stock policies interception, what industry did from southeast to Prince William Sound to Chignik to Erie, and to Kodiak, industry pushed hard to get harvest to take place at the farthest edge of those boundaries because quality became a much bigger issue than interception. But to a certain extent, we are still driven by terminal-based thinking. But I think it actually runs counter to a lot of the things in Bristol Bay in particular that we need to try to do. However, until Fish and Game can find a reason to support this, even at the end of the season, it's hard to side with the people who want the general management district. The Fish and Game has to still have primacy in what they want in spreading out the escapement, looking out for cohos, looking out for Chinooks, and looking out for chums. So as much as I'd like to, I cannot support this proposal.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the department. And, if this proposal were to pass, the unknown impact on other salmon species, but do we know that just that general health of these species that potentially would be impacted? And how are they currently doing?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Mitchell. As Member Heimbach brought up, chum salmon and coho salmon would be the species of greatest concern under the proposal as written. And in the last at least 2 years, if not 3, both of those species have been depressed. We've seen record low harvest, commercial harvest on both chum, especially chum salmon, in the last 2 years in most of the districts of Bristol Bay.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to the department. Obviously speaking, you're going to be speaking in neutrality when it comes to allocation, but what sort of allocation impacts would a proposal like this have on the SetNet fleet? Or would it be able to be dealt with time and area?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. So if the general district was implemented prior to July 17th, I believe the department would need direction on how to account for that harvest and where that would fall within these allocation plans. After July 17th, allocation plans go away. However, there's still different gear groups out there, and as we said in our comments, any increase in harvest would go to drift gill nets, which means that set gill net harvest would go down during that time.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When I go through the different proposals, this one included, as part of the process, I start off obviously with the proposal as submitted, then wait for the staff comments and factor that in, and then legal and and wildlife fisheries, et cetera. And make a note to myself, maybe it's because I'm 76 years old or whatnot, but if I don't have it in writing, it doesn't exist. And so it indicated to where I was leaning when I came into this meeting, and it was a no vote. Listening to the testimony, it switched to a yes vote. Listened to further testimony, it went back to no. So I guess what I'm telling people is I am really on the fence because I see valid arguments on both sides of the issue. Having said that, to address some of Mr. Heimbach's concerns, my understanding that if this was adopted, it would simply enable the department to use EO authority. It doesn't mean they would have to open up carte blanche to just full-blown fishing. They could put restrictions in that EO to address some of the concerns of stocks that perhaps should be protected further. So they have that latitude. So right now, I'm leaning towards a yes vote, but could be persuaded otherwise, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I just offer a couple of thoughts on this, and I kind of too was sort of going back and forth and listening to testimony and talking with stakeholders on it. But, you know, again, my concern is grounded in the fact that we have potential conservation issues emerging. We don't have good data, and opening this general district at this time could potentially compound the data problems that the board has been, you know, discussing extensively over the course of this last week. I think a lot of that could be dealt with enforcement issues, and I was just kind of looking at the policy for the management of mixed stock salmon fisheries and applying and this is what it would be, is kind of mixed stock, since we don't know where, you know, all these fish are headed and whether or not there's escapement issues or sustainability concerns potentially with these stocks, and applying the statewide mixed stock salmon policy for all users, conservation of wild salmon stocks consistent with sustained yield shall be accorded the highest priority. And what I heard the department just say is that they can't, with any degree of confidence, say that sustained yield, as a matter of fact, I heard the opposite, could be potentially compromised by the introduction of this mixed stock general district. So I think at this time, I'm struggling to support it just because I think it would compound the data issues that we have. I'm uncomfortable with it at this particular time until we improve that data and we have a better way of assessing the health and sustainability of some of the stocks that we know are emerging as areas to watch or potential concerns. So those are kind of my thoughts. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you for your comments, Madam Chairman. Somehow I think it needs to get on the record here, the underlying social aspect of why this proposal was generated, all four of them, needs to become a matter of record, that we understand that most of the people that have brought this proposal forward are very frustrated because we do not have the ability or wherewithal to monitor our lines within which these fisheries are taking place. Without that, the behavior of fishermen has gotten so out of hand that these people that have generated this proposal are not able to fish or feel good about it. And we need to somehow get that message across on record that this board recognizes this is a significant problem, in particular for watershed residents. Thank you.
Thanks, and I would agree wholeheartedly with those comments, Mr. Heimbach. You know, the anecdotal, you know, evidence that we've heard this week of, you know, the just flagrant, you know, ignoring of the laws is beyond concerning. And again, that just kind of underscores my comment about the enforcement issues. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I too will echo the comments made by Member Heimbach and Carlson Van Dort, and also note that I'm just have some inner conflict with passing regulation to deal with, you know, passing regulation to deal with an issue between legal and non-legal user groups. I think that we need to find a way to enforce our fisheries and be better stewards of the resource to be able to regulate ourselves in that manner.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Concur the department's conclusion. Approval of the proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. However, approval will possibly result in additional costs to the department, in that additional catch sampling would likely be required by extending the season, and that additional genetic stock composition estimates would be needed to apportion the GD district to stock of origin, both of which carry a cost. Call for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 49. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion fails. 1 in favor, 4 against.
Proposal number 50.
Proposal 50, 5 AAC 06.XXX, new section. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt. And, excuse me, move to take no action due to action taken on Proposal 49.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 50. Proposal number 51.
Proposal 51, 5 AAC 06.XXX, new section. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to action taken on Proposal 49.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 51. Proposal number 52.
Proposal 52, 5 AAC 06.XXX, new section. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to action taken on Proposal 49.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 52. Proposal number 53.
Proposal 53, 5 AAC 06.XXX, new section. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to action taken in Proposal 49.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
The board will take no action on proposal number 53. Hearing no objection. Proposal number 54.
Proposal 54, 5 AAC 06.XXX, new section. Madam Chair.
Move to take no action due to action taken on Proposal 49.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 54. Proposal number 55.
Proposal 55, 5 AAC 06.200, fishing districts and sections. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt a substitute language found in RC 41.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Thank you. The board has before it substitute language is found in RC 41 for proposal number 55. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this would change the definition of the Naknek section and Kwijak section by removing the corner point as defined by a GPS coordinate and change the corner point to the intersection of two lines. RC 41 would change the coordinate currently in regulation to a coordinate on that Naknek-Kwijak district boundary line. Currently, the district boundary line is defined by 2 points on the shore of each side of Kwijak Bay. The Naknek section boundary lines are defined by the same points on shore. However, they intersect at a point in Kwijak Bay that is not on the district boundary line. If adopted, this proposal it would change the way in which enforcement documents closed waters violations. The change in fishing area would be negligible. A little background, the district and section boundary lines were originally marked with closed waters markers consisting of signs and buoys. Subsequently, Loran Sea lines were adopted and used to define the boundary lines. The current boundary line points have been defined using GPS since 2001. The department opposes the proposal as written. However, it supports the substitute language in RC 41. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I submitted this language in RC 41. This was worked on with the proponent as well as the Department of Public Safety, the Department of Law, and the Department have all reviewed this. This is really a clarification. This is a waypoint that was created. It took a little time to do it. They utilized the service, the GIS support could offer to create a much simpler definition and boundary line so that people fishing in both the Naknek and the Queejack would, it's basically going to eliminate confusion that's existed for a long period of time, and I think it's a very beneficial thing, not only to enforcement, also to the user groups and ease of use and trying to stay within the boundary lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. I too agree that this is kind of a housekeeping proposal. I'll also note that there is only public comment in support of this.
Any additional discussion? I agree with the comments of the two previous speakers. Any clarity we can provide in reg is a good thing, and especially for enforcement purposes. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Concur with the department that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct costs for a private person to participate in the fishery, nor any additional costs to the department. And call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 55 as amended. Heimbach.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 56.
Proposal 56, 5 AAC 06.370, registration and re-registration. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt with substitute language found in RC 83.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have before us proposal number 56 with substitute language found in 83. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would allow SO3T permit holders to test their gear with a designated area by notifying the department without registering for a district. RC 83 would allow a permit holder to register for a district and then unregister prior to June 25, and after 48-hour wait period would be able to immediately register for a different district. Currently, SO3T permit holders must first register for a district and can then begin fishing immediately. To transfer districts, the permit holder must select the district to transfer to and serve a 48-hour transfer district notification period before fishing in that district. This would provide an avenue for drift gillnet operations to test their vessels and gear and crew prior to committing to fishing in a district and prior to the peak of the run. Registration and re-registration regulations are longstanding provisions and have undergone several changes over time. The department is opposed to this proposal as written. Tracking and enforcement of additional registration requirements would likely exceed the department's current capacity. Proposal 83, the department does not have an official position on. And implementation of this, of RC 83, because our registration is done through online registration program, would likely take the department at least 1 year to rewrite that program to accommodate this new regulation. Madam Chair.
Thanks. Could you just quickly, and you may have done this, and I'm, kind of playing catch up here a bit, so indulge me. A real Cliff's Notes abbreviated version of the difference between what was presented in the original proposal 56 and the language in RC 83. Just the basics. What are the primary changes that this RC affords?
Yeah, Madam Chair. The original proposal 56 would create specific test areas defined in regulation with coordinates. They would have to notify the department to go test fish there, and any catch would be donated to the department or another entity. RC 83 is more in line with the current 5AAC 06370 registration and re-registration. And what this does is it allows somebody to register for a district. And let me back up a second real quick. On the east side of Bristol Bay, we have an early season fishing schedule, and it varies by district. In Igigig, it starts June 1, typically goes to around June 16th. In Naknek-Quejack District, June 1 to around June 23rd. RC 83 would allow the department to set the date at which this specific regulation applies. Anytime prior to June 25th, we could end this regulation by EO, and we would do that in line with that early season schedule. So what this RC would allow fishermen to do is say, register for the Naknek-Quejack District on June 15th and fish for 4 days prior to the end of that early season schedule. After 4 days, maybe they find problems or don't find problems, but they want to have that card back in their hand for when the peak of the run hits. So it would allow them to unregister. After 48 hours, they would have that blue card, the registration card, in their hand. And what that allows them to do is, at that point, wait for the run to develop, because it's a big decision for drift gillnet permit holders as to once you commit, and then if you to move, you wait 48 hours in the peak of the season. That's a big decision, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that additional explanation. I appreciate it. Mr. Wood and Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to staff, your conclusions regarding cost on the proposal 56 was that there is additional costs both for developing a software program and then for additional enforcement presence. So I'll ask you, and I guess wildlife troopers under this 83, do we have the same cost concerns, or have they been taken care of with the provisions of 83?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, the department would still incur costs if adopted to rewrite that program, the registration program.
Okay, and I guess to the captain, would there be additional enforcement cost?
Member Wood, through the chair, the cost would not be as much as if we did what the proposal originally had in it. There would still be one more thing for us to watch out for, but minimal in comparison.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To me, this is really a solution looking for a problem. I've seen nothing in this or in the testimony that would prohibit a person from solving all the problems identified in the proposal if they came to the area to fish a couple days sooner. In fact, there's no activities that couldn't be done with a simple cork line setting off the boat without a net attached to it. So until we see something more than a conceptualized problem, I can't support this.
Other board discussion? Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, but my question's for Department of Law, because they have comments on this proposal, and I'm just not following them.
Through the chair, Member Mitchell, the comment was related to the test set, which was removed from the RC. So that concern is obviated.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I understand where they're trying to get with this, but I tend to agree with Member Heimbach. I think there's other ways of getting at this, and without having nets in the water and all the things, and sort of yeah. So I'm not super inclined to support it at this time, but I'm interested in hearing other debate if there is any. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the intent of the proposal. I tend to agree with Mr. Heimbach that there could be an additional way to, try and solve the problem that's trying to be addressed in this proposal. Now, I think that the cost associated with software development to enable the department to manage this online is obviously one consideration, but I also think that This is a kind of complicated situation in Bristol Bay compared to many other places in the state in regards to registration and the waiting periods and what have you. And I think that the staff time that would probably have to be devoted to something like this too would be also an additional cost that we need to take into consideration. So for that matter, I won't be supporting this.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Concur with the department that approval of the proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to a private person to participate. However, approval may result in additional costs to the department to develop a software program and for staff to assist with the registration or registering. Listening to the captain, it doesn't sound like this would be uniquely costly to adopt this proposal, just like anything else they've got to do. So I don't believe that that carries over from the initial proposal 56. And I call a question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rayvon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 56 as amended. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 0-5, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 57.
Proposal 57, 5 AAC 06.364, Naknek Kwijak District Commercial Set and Drift Gillnet Sockeye Salmon Fisheries Management and Allocation Plan. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would repeal the Naknek Kwijak District Commercial Set and Drift Gillnet Sockeye Salmon Fishery Management and Allocation Plan. Currently, the department shall manage the Naknek Kwijak District Set and Drift Gillnet fisheries to achieve biological escapement goals into the Naknek and Kwijak river systems, and to the extent practicable, distribute the harvestable surplus of sockeye salmon to drift and set gillnet fisheries as follows. Drift gillnet, 84%. Set gillnet, 16%, with Kwijak section 8%, and Naknek section 8%. If adopted, this would repeal the allocation plan and would likely reduce the department's ability to establish set and drift gillnet fishing periods at different times and the ability to adjust drift gillnet fishing period start times to spread fish throughout the district. The Naknek Kwijak District Commercial Set and Drift Gillnet Sockeye Salmon Fisheries Management Allocation Plan was adopted in November 1997. Prior to adoption of the allocation plan, fishing periods for set and drift gillnet gear commenced concurrently at approximately the 7-foot flood tide stage. The primary management objective for the department is to manage for escapements within the escapement goal ranges. The secondary objective is to manage for harvest allocations as specified by the board in management and allocation plans. Several factors complicate achieving allocations specified in the management plan. Drift gillnet permit holders can fish any 5 of the 5 districts in Bristol Bay within a year, while set gillnet permit holders tend to fish the same site annually. If drift gillnet permit holders transfer out of a district and therefore decrease fishing power, the only way to keep allocations the same would be to also decrease the set gillnet fishing power. In years of high abundance, this would contradict our primary objective of controlling escapement. In 2017, 2018, 2021, and 2022, for example, the Nushagak District had 4 record-high sockeye salmon runs, drawing in an unusually large number of drift gillnet permit holders to the Nushagak District. This greatly reduced the number of drift gillnetters in the Naknek Kwijak District while keeping the number of set gillnetters relatively constant. The reduced effort by only one gear type made it difficult to control the harvest ratios, as well as challenging to not exceed the Naknek River Sustainable Escapement Goal, despite near maximum fishing time allowed for both gear groups in the Naknek section. In 2022, drift gillnets were fished in the Kwijak section during every tide except for 3 when they were restricted to the Naknek section. In 2018, 2019, and 2022, the Kwijak section set gillnets were closed, whereas Naknek section drift and set gillnets were open to fishing. In these areas, in these years, the Naknek River exceeded the upper bound of the sustainable escapement goal range, while Kvichak River escapements were well below the midpoint of the escapement goal. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. It is unclear what the management guidelines would be if the proposal is adopted. The department opposes regulation changes that would limit management actions used to achieve escapement goals. And we would refer the board to RC2, Tab 2, Appendix 10 for annual drift gillnet registration in the Naknek Kvichak District, and RC3, Tab 2, Appendix A12 for the percentage of catch by gear group by year for the Naknek Kvichak District. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, Mr. Carpenter and then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for the department. In the proposal, the language that's suggested in there is that the set gillnet allocation portion reached a high of 47%, as I believe is what it says. And I guess my question is, was that for a very specific period of time? Because when I look at the tables provided by the department for the Naknek Kvichak section, set gillnets equally split 8% apiece in the management plan. In 2020, the final numbers for drift was 80, the Naknek section was 12, and the Kvichak section was 8. 2021, it was 75 drift, 13 for Naknek, 12. And I guess my question is, those numbers that the department provided are obviously quite different than what's suggested in the proposal. I wonder if you could maybe add some clarity to that.
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. So as the season progresses, we publish a daily run summary. And that daily run summary includes the catch by gear group. So that's up until that date. So early in the season on that particular year, at that date, and I don't know the exact date it was, but it was early July, that's the percentage of fish the Kvichak set netters had caught. In most years, once we get close to achieving the lower end of the escapement goal for the Kvichak River, that's when drift gill netters get more opportunity in the Kvichak section. When the drift gill netters fish in the Kvichak section, that reduces the Kvichak section set net harvest. And so it's a little bit of a game to play, knowing that their catch goes down as the season goes on. So the numbers we have in our report here are based on allocation from June 1 to July 17, which is what the regulatory period is.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up. So then really what you're saying is the allocation plan basically gives you a guideline that's set out in policy, 84% drift, 8% on both sides of the district. And it's an in-season balancing act for you. And the long-term goal is to create as much balance, throughout the district and keep the allocation plan as close as you can. And I think when I look at these tables that I think the department's doing a very good job doing that. So thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Just to refer everybody to the record, for back in 1997 when this was established, this problem was contemplated in a big way simply because even back then the Kvichak run was a lot more cyclical than the Naknek if you just looked at the shoulders and the peaks and stuff. This was contemplated, and they agonized over this and talked about it quite a while, knowing full well that the ability to achieve those distributions of percentages was going to be an ongoing struggle. And I, like you, Mr. Carpenter, think they've done an extremely good job, and I will not be supporting this proposal.
I have a question for the department. Does this allocation plan basically require or allow for nets in the water at all the time? Is there any closed window period and as you manage?
Madam Chair, this does not require continuous fishing, and it does allow for closures, for sure. One thing I don't think's been on record on this is in the management plan for the conservation of king salmon, drift gillnet fishing periods should not be fished less than the 7-foot tide stage. And that's because king salmon swim deeper and there's some holes they sit in. So this plan restricts the number of hours daily that the drift gillnet fleet can fish. It does not restrict the number of hours that the set gillnet fleet can fish. And in recent years with these large runs, just to be practical, the longest the most fishing time we've granted is 19 hours in a day for the drift fleet, while set gillnet fleet has been fishing typically 24 hours a day. In this last season in 2022, Queejack set nets were closed for 3 tides. Let me correct that. Queejack set nets were closed for 2 tides, and in 3 tides, the drift fleet was restricted from the Queejack section, and they were allowed to fish in the Naknek section. Madam Chair.
Were those closures concurrent, like occurring at the same time?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking these questions is because, my concern is, subsistence impacts upriver if you've got nets in the water downriver constantly. And I think that we heard some concern from some stakeholders in public testimony, and I'm just looking at, particularly from the village of Igiagig, and I was just looking at the subsistence, focusing primarily on sockeye numbers in the Naknek Queejack district, as was given to us in Appendix Table B1, page 75 of the subsistence report. And it looks like, the sockeye numbers have gone down pretty significantly. The averages over time aren't too bad, but if I'm looking specifically at the village of Igiagig, where I think a couple of the testifiers that had concerns about this are from, it looks like the 5-year average for Igiagig in Table 2-2 on page 29 of the report, looks like it's gone down very significantly since 2010 from 2,900 fish down to a 5-year average of 423 with 101 in, am I looking at, this is sockeye salmon, subsistence harvest of sockeye salmon. So my question to Director Olson is our subsistence needs being met in the Lake Iliamna area communities? Because that's a pretty drastic reduction in Igiagig, and that's concerning to me.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The question of whether subsistence needs are being met changes from person to person and from year to year because needs are based on households. Maybe there's a household that grows and there's new family members, but perhaps a different way of phrasing that is reasonable opportunity being provided. And in this case, the amount necessary for subsistence is for the whole entire bay for all salmon species. We do have heard concerns, as in our overview report on Naknek King Salmon South Naknek, that's published under the additional reports on the website from residents of the area, that sometimes their ability to harvest salmon has been impacted, but most of the time that's because they can't get out. Their work schedules don't allow them to get out.
And you answered one of my questions, which was going to be, are there ANSs by district, which would, of course, be incredibly helpful to the discussion. I'm not really interested in monkeying with the allocations, but I do have concerns whether or not that reasonable opportunity is being provided, particularly if there's consistent fishing. Now, what I just heard from the department is that there are concurrent closures. There have been, but it's really driven by the allocation, so I can understand the reason why this proposal was brought forward. I'm not sure that I'm able to support it at this time, but I definitely want to put some of these concerns on the records and that we do have a subsistence priority. Those numbers are way low, and I'm talking about sockeye. I'm not even delving into the king salmon issue. And so I think that that's something that the managers need to keep an eye on, and not just kind of an after-the-fact sort of data point. We need to be managing for subsistence opportunity as well, and I just don't see how, 423 fish at a 5-year average. Last year, 101 in 2001. Sockeye salmon in that community, that seems pretty low to me for a community. So I just want to get those concerns on the record. Additional board discussion. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Concur with the department that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any an additional direct cost to a private person to participate, nor any additional cost to the department, and call for the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rabun.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson.
Final action on Proposal 57. Wood.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 0-5. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 58.
Proposal 58, 5 AAC 06.360, Naknek River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan. Madam Chair?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments?
This proposal would open the Naknek River Special Harvest Area, or NRSA, concurrently with the Naknek section or the Naknek-Queejack District when the Naknek River escapements are projected to exceed the escapement goal range. The currently the NRSA may be open to conserve Queejack River fish while providing opportunities to harvest surplus Naknek River fish. Drift gillnet and set gillnet fishing periods open separately with a seasonal ratio of 3 drift gillnet periods to 1 set gillnet period. Drift gillnet lengths are reduced to 75 fathoms and no more than 150 fathoms may be on board. Set gillnet lengths are reduced to 37.5 fathoms and no more than 75 fathoms may be on board. If adopted, this would provide additional opportunities to harvest surplus Naknek River sockeye salmon. It is unknown if this would result in a higher catch compared to how the fishery is currently managed. The NRSA has long been used during times when the Queejack River escapement was projected to be below the escapement goal. The Naknek River has exceeded the upper end of the escapement goal range in 4 out of the last 5 years. Naknek River escapement can be difficult to control because of several factors, including relative run size compared to the Queejack River, king salmon conservation, the limited area of Naknek section, fleet size, and weather. The management of drift and set gillnet periods in inertia has evolved over time. At one point, there were concurrent gear group periods. Gear group conflicts led to management with separate gear group openings. The department supports this proposal to increase fishing opportunity in the inertia. This proposal has the potential to increase stock-specific harvest on surplus Naknek River sockeye salmon. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects that would be used to determine which gear group would fish in the inertia. Madam Chair.
Board discussion. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One thing I don't understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, the inertia management plan is basically a 3-to-1 opportunity drift towards set net. But if they open concurrently, and there's an allocative aspect on the outside, down from Libbyville down and in the Naknek district, but it's not subject to any allocation inside the river. That's a given. How do we know if it's going to impact the allocative aspect that's supposed to be going on the outside?
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, postseason, we would be able to look at the harvest inside the inertia and apply, if we wanted to, for the exercise sake of seeing how this impacts allocation, we could apply that harvest to the district allocation. The proposal as written would require anyone fishing in the inertia to deliver their fish prior to fishing in the Naknek-Queejack district. So we would be able to tell how many fish were harvested in the inertia versus the regular district, and through that we could look through that data to figure out how it impacts allocation. Yeah.
And to follow up, so does that work in reverse as well? Somebody fishing in the general district outside was supposed to deliver their fish prior to coming into the inertia as well?
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, the proposal as written does not say that. I think we would maybe need some substitute language to make that in effect, but that would, if this proposal were to pass, that would really help.
So, a couple questions. Can you give me a little background on this special harvest area? Like, why is it here? Why was it created? How is it currently used?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Naknek-Quejack District is split into two sections. You have the Naknek section and the Quejack section. While it is somewhat effective at targeting harvest on one stock versus the other, it's far from perfect. But when you move, and another thing is the Quejack River historically has been very cyclical. It also has the largest escapement goal in Bristol Bay and is proven over decades to be the most difficult escapement goal for the department to achieve. And part of that is Naknek River has been more stable and more productive relative to its size. And fishing there has been much more consistent. So when we're trying to reduce escapement for the Naknek River, we're also reducing escapement in the Quejack River, even if we're just fishing the Naknek section. So when we get into a situation where we have concerns that we're not going to meet the escapement goal on the Quejack River, and this was utilized for many years when the Quejack River was a stock of concern from 2001 until 2012. By moving into the Naknek River Special Harvest Area, and it is up inside the river, interception of Quejack fish drops to maybe a few percent, versus in the Naknek section where you might have 20 to 40% Quejack in your harvest. You know, it's one of those things that maybe isn't perfect, but it mitigates some of those mixed stock management concerns, Madam Chair.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With that in mind, and given the comments from staff, I would like to propose an amendment to the language in Proposal 58. And if I may state so, Madam Chairman, I have it in mind here. By adding a subsection C that says exactly this: fish harvested in the Naknek section or the Naknek-Quejack district shall be delivered prior to fishing in the inertia.
Second for discussion.
Mr. Heimbach, would you like to speak to your proposal?
It is my hope that that adds to their ability to provide accurate accounting, which I think goes directly to the need to keep the allocation as clear as possible.
Mr. Wood?
I'd just like to get staff's feedback on that amendment as to whether they support that or have any issues with it.
Through the chair, Member Wood, the department would support that. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? We've got an amendment number 1 on the table. There's no additional discussion. Director Nelson, will you please call the roll on amendment number 1?
On the amendment. Carpenter.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Amendment carries 5-0. Madam Chair.
Thank you. So you currently don't have EO authority to open this section, is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, the criteria to open the inertia is tied to conservation with Quejack River.
And do you foresee any potential subsistence impacts given some of the the information that I referenced in the last proposal, I'm looking at opposition, and it was, the ACs in the area, Lake Iliamna, Naknek, Kwijak ACs, are not supportive of this. That gives me pause. And so I'm kind of curious what potential subsistence implications might mean if you open the nursery. If you're up in the river and there's fish that are, schooled up there, I just would comment on that, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. The NERSHA is where the majority of subsistence fishing occurs in the Naknek River. And so they would overlap, and the subsistence and commercial would be open concurrently. There are regulations for, that separate, minimum distance between gear on the books already, but they would occur in the same area.
Thank you, and for that reason specifically, I will not be supportive. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I do have similar concerns in regards to subsistence. I mean, I would hope that if this were adopted, that the department would take that into consideration during its management. The one reason that I am going to support this proposal is considering the way that this district is managed, and considering when we're having these really big runs, that there is a really tremendous amount of over-escapement that is sometimes beyond the control of the department. I think the way that this proposal is written, number one, it gives the department the authority to do it, but there are two triggers, one at the midpoint, with the idea that the department needs to project that the top end of the escapement range is going to be met. And I think those two things alone, I don't mind the department having this management tool when it thinks it needs to curtail the escapement entering the Naknek River.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I too am inclined to support this with it having the two triggers to, kind of deal with some of the king conservation concern with this, and also giving the department another tool to be able to manage this fishery. It is my concern about the subsistence needs, and I would hope that reserve the department an opportunity to not do that if we're seeing significant conflicts.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When I initially went through the proposals, this one stood out as probably made the most sense to me out of all of them. It was a pretty simple solution to a problem. I've not changed in that opinion whatsoever. I was concerned when I looked at the people that supported and the people that opposed, and there are no ACRs, no ACs supporting the proposal, and yet there are three of them that oppose, and I still don't understand totally why they would continue with that opposition. I'll be supportive of this effort, and I believe the department can internally and should internally address aggressively the subsistence issue that was raised by the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just maintain my objection to the proposal. It just seems to me that if fish are schooled up and people are fishing on the bounds, and you got a drift fleet or part of a drift fleet there, and you open up in-river fishing and the fish are sitting there, there's going to be a run to go ahead and scoop up those fish. And I just don't see how any subsistence user who is also going to want to be maximizing their ability to harvest, because they're not in it for, it's an energy thing at that point. The least amount of time to get the fish you need for the winter that's the same time that they're going to be there as when fish are schooled up. So, I understand the triggers, and I think it's going to just lead for conflict. And again, it just makes me question the subsistence priority needs and their opportunity to, reasonably access that, especially in times of high abundance. Anyways, Mr. Heimbach.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. I agree completely with you, but I want to point out a different aspect of how the NERSHA is used in conjunction with the Naknek section. When we have those kind of pushes that are going to result in extreme overescapement, which is also within the purview of worry of the upriver people, what it's going to do is if we don't do that, we have the potential of actually exacerbating the situation by putting the fleet in the river day after day after day. Whereas if you would try to harvest a really big push of fish, maybe on the outside and the inside at the same time, it could have a beneficial effect of retarding the escapement enough so that the Fish and Game could manage it to get more fish upriver. I think these are tools that are aimed specifically at reducing huge pushes of fish, like the 1 million they saw in a day. I really believe your concerns are very well justified, but I want to make sure that we don't mistake how a tool could be used to achieve those ends as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Heimbach. I appreciate those comments, and I see where you're coming from. You know, I'm not just concerned with upriver. I mean, what I heard was they're fishing in the same exact area. So I won't belabor it anymore. Any additional discussion? Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Concur with the department that approval of this proposal is not expected to result in an additional direct cost for a private person to participate, nor would an additional cost to the department, and call for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 58 as amended. Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
The motion carries 4 in favor, 1 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 59.
Proposal 59, 5 AAC 06.365, Egegik District Commercial Set and Drift Gillnet Sockeye Salmon Fisheries Management and Allocation Plan. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Aaron Tiernan. This proposal would repeal the regulation that directs the department to avoid continuous fishing in the Egegik District Set Gillnet Fishery. Currently, the department must avoid continuous fishing in the Set Gillnet Fishery to the extent practicable. Additionally, the department shall manage the Egegik District to achieve escapement goals, to first achieve escapement goals in the Egegik River and to second distribute the harvestable surplus of sockeye salmon according to the allocation plan set in regulation, which is 86% to the drift fleet and 14% to the Set Gillnet fleet. In recent years, the Egegik River has experienced above average sockeye salmon runs, and fishing periods have commonly been offered daily on both tides. Because of how the fishing periods are determined for the Egegik District and how the tide cycles have been, there are times when the Set Gillnet fishery is closed for only a short amount of time, forcing the set net operators to pull their gear and then redeploy in quick succession. The department supports this proposal because it will increase the department's ability to control escapements when there are high abundance of salmon and or there's a relatively small drift gillnet effort in the district. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I'm inclined to support this proposal. It seems that the department supports it as well. It gives them another kind of tool for their toolbox, so I'll be in support of this.
Any other board discussion? I will just note that in the on-time public comments, the Lower Bristol Bay AC did not support this, and the reason they did not support it looks like it was a unanimous opposition in the EAC, was because the fish don't always get up into the inner districts because the fishery is so efficient and there needs to be some gaps for escapement. So I would just like to put those comments on the record. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe just a question for the department. This particular question has come up over the last couple proposals, but when you're factoring in your escapement over, statistical weeks to try and balance out apportionment amongst the run, what do you take into account during those calculations to account for fisheries that need to make it to these subsistence fisheries?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, could you clarify that a little bit, please?
I'll try and clarify it. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, there's people that have concerns, and obviously some of the advisory committees might have concerns that maybe there isn't quite enough fish at certain parts of the year making it to some of these subsistence areas. When you're managing for escapement in these different drainages, and we'll use this one specifically, do you calculate those escapement numbers? Do you take into account a certain amount that might be necessary for subsistence to be included into those escapement values?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, yes, that does go into the decision-making process for these commercial fishing openers. Most of the subsistence fishing does occur in the district as opposed to outside of the district in a river or up in the lake system. And because subsistence fishing is open concurrent with commercial fishing, folks choose one way or the other what practice they want to participate in. And in the past, when there have been closures to the commercial fishery, we have offered specific subsistence fishing openers in the district to allow folks to gather fish for subsistence uses.
Just to follow up, if I may. I think that's a very important thing to highlight, and I think that's very important in general, not just in this particular area, but around the state. I think that subsistence fisheries that are tied directly to commercial fisheries, that when those commercial fisheries are closed, because subsistence does have the highest priority in the state, I am wholeheartedly in support of the department allowing those sort of openers anytime that they think it's a reasonably good idea to do so. I think that's it shows the subsistence priority, and I encourage you to continue to do that.
Yeah, I think we kind of touched on this at some point earlier in the week where fundamentally I have a problem with subsistence only being open when commercial fishing is open because you're forcing subsistence users to choose, right? Are you going to take the opportunity to go get your fish? Or are you going to go take the opportunity to go make some money? And that sucks, frankly. So I appreciate the department taking that into consideration and to offer opportunity for subsistence fishing not tied to a commercial opener when somebody is basically forced to make that decision when they shouldn't have to be. Mr. Heimbach.
If I could just ask one quick question. What I don't understand is the distribution of fish available for set netters. They're all situated differently in Egidick, whether you're on the back up there in the north end above Coffee Point. Does this proposal affect how fish are distributed for the various set netters in Egidick?
Through the chair, Member Heimbach. So when opening the fishery and determining when periods will open, oftentimes when I'm hearing comments from the in-river set net fleet that they're not seeing a whole lot of fish, I will open the set net fishery sometimes 15 minutes, sometimes as much as 45 minutes to an hour prior to the drift fleet being opened up. And that is to allow, that front end of the flood to distribute some fish to the district before the drift nets get dropped in the water to try to allow some fish to move throughout the district. And then also that helps get some fish into the river for escapement as well.
So if I understand correctly, this proposal is not going to have or is going to have a significant effect on your ability to distribute it like that?
It will not have an effect. I don't see this, if it passes, we won't be changing our strategy on how we manage. We're going to still take, all these things into consideration when setting the times for openers.
Thank you.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs to a private person to participate in a fishery, nor result in additional costs to the department. Call for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Abon.
No, Madam Chair.
Ms. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 59. Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries, 4 in favor, 1 against. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Proposal number 60.
Proposal 60, 5 AAC 06.320, fishing periods. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would align the fall fishing schedule in the Ugashic District to that of the other east side districts in Bristol Bay. Currently in the Ugashic District, from July 17th through July 31st, commercial fishing is allowed from 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Friday or by periods established by emergency order. Then beginning August 1st through September 30th, commercial fishing is allowed weekly from 9 a.m. Thursday to 9 a.m. Monday. If adopted, commercial fishing in the Ugashic District would be on a weekly schedule of 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Friday or by other periods established by emergency order from July 17th through September 30th. This would increase weekly fishing time by a minimum of 48 hours and align the fall fishing schedule with the Naknek, Quejack, and Egegik districts. With more fishing time, there may be increased interest from the processing sector to operate later into August. The department supports modifying the fall fishing schedule in the Ugashic District, as this would increase the department's ability to adjust fishing time during the fall schedule dependent on salmon abundance and fishing effort by emergency order. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. I'll kick it off a little bit. I'll just note that in the on-time public comments, there's a lot of support for this. To me, it seems to be a bit of an artifact of a point in time, and if the market exists, then I don't see any issue with adjusting the fishing period time to, again, align, get some clarity, or I guess consistency in reg. I don't have any concerns with this proposal moving forward. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I support this proposal. One of the other things that's interested me in the department's comments is this proposal would reduce the regulatory complexity by aligning the fall schedule with that of the other two east side districts, which would hopefully improve coho salmon management. And I think that that's an important aspect to take into account. Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, I too will be in support of this proposal. I agree with the comments made by the other board members. I'll also note that there was no public testimony in opposition to this, and there's also several public comments in support of it, so.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for a private person to participate in the fishery, nor additional cost to the department. For the last time during this meeting, I'll call for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. The question has been called. Director Abung, errors and omissions.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 60. Heimbach.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. That concludes deliberations of the Committee of the Whole Group 3 and all deliberations for the Bristol Bay meeting. Let's take a brief break and get together a miscellaneous agenda to be our seat, and then we'll come back on the record in 15 minutes?
Yeah, I think that'll cover it.
12:15-ish. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. It's 12:30 on the nose. We are at the miscellaneous business portion of the agenda for this meeting. I have before me RC 112, which is the tentative miscellaneous business agenda. There are 4 items on this agenda. The first one being the March 2023 meeting dates. We took some action here that might affect that. And I think we're probably going to need a little bit of extra time to accommodate committee of the whole and testimony, and then deliberations on, again, Group 1 and the new Shigag King Salmon Management Plan action that was postponed until the statewide meeting. All right. Director Nelson and.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam Chair, the statewide meeting in March is scheduled for the 10th through the 13th, so 4 meeting days currently. If you'll recall, back at the work session as well, the board also scheduled the hatchery committee to be held the day before statewide starts. So that would be March 9th for hatchery committee, and then 10 through 13 for the statewide meeting. The agenda for that is fairly comfortable because we only have 19 proposals within the 4-day period, but with these issues brought forward from this meeting, I believe we need to consider adding, and I think 1 day would be sufficient to the back of the meeting. So the new dates for the statewide meeting, if the board wants to do that, would be the 10th through the 14th for 5 days.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Art, the facility will be at where? Here?
This is scheduled at the Egan, and I have already checked. The dates are available to add the day, so.
That's why I wanted to put
at
on
the
record.
Egan, yes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chairman, I would move then that the current dates for the statewide meeting be changed to reflect the 10th through the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Second. I would ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, those dates will be revised March 10th through 14th. Thank you. Second item on miscellaneous business agenda is a letter or communication regarding enforcement budget. I think Member Mitchell would like to speak to this item. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the public, I wanted to take a moment here during miscellaneous business and address the amount of public testimony that we've had in need of additional enforcement in the Bristol Bay region. And additionally, realize that the board has passed proposals here that would also require additional costs. Therefore, we have a legislation committee on the Board of Fisheries, and that is chaired by Member Heimbeck, Member Wood, and Member Carpenter. And so I would like to ask the members of the legislation committee to come together to meet our requirements under the policy for the management of sustainable fisheries 5 AAC 39.222. And I'll just go ahead and read from that policy, where actions needed to regulate human activities that affect salmon and salmon's habitat that are outside the authority of the department or the board, the department or the board shall correspond with the relevant authority, including the governor, relevant boards and commissions, commissioners, and chairs of appropriate legislative committees to describe the issue and recommend appropriate action. And in this case, it would be additional funding for enforcement and the proposals that did pass that would require the department to incur more funds. And so I'll let Member Heimbeck speak to this request because he's the chair of the legislation committee.
Member Heimbeck.
Thank you. That was an unsolicited chairmanship, but I'm happy to take it on. I also feel strongly like Member Mitchell about what we need to do here. I don't know the exact umbrella under which it's going to be covered or what the designated target for fundraising is, but it has to be done, and I understand the instructions you've given me about the list of people and the entities that this has to go through and how it has to pass the muster of the board as it goes forward, and I intend to get started on it right away.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No. Budgetary process is currently coming to its conclusion. In fact, probably by this time, Monday, it'll be completed. And, pardon me?
For this fiscal year.
Yes, yeah. So unless you have a specific dollar amount for a specific request, we're going to be really behind the 8 ball to the extent that it's not likely to happen. So I guess what I'm suggesting to whomever it is that wants to go forward with budget request is to get moving quickly and get us what it is they specifically want and how much it's going to cost. I had breakfast this morning with the Senate co-chair of Finance, and he's in charge of the operating budget. And I can just tell you things are not going to be waiting for us to make our request. So I would urge specificity if you want the legislative committee to be able to do anything.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Wood. If it's in line with what Ms. Mitchell has indicated so far, I think we already have a route to which we would probably have the most likely chance of procuring this money. At this point, it probably looks like there would be a submission for a tax of some sort to be put upon the commercial fishing industry. At this point, that's all it is in Bristol Bay, and we will have a specific amount at least for the board to look at in a very short order.
I think that's kind of the point of the committee work, is I think there does need to be some opportunity for the public to engage and some discussion to occur. So, you know, what the specific routes might be that would come out of the committee work, you know, remains to be seen. I do think I would like to see it, you know, manifest in some sort of recommendation initially to the department, or at least we want to make sure that the department is engaged and part of the discussion early. But with respect to the operating budget and what will be introduced, Member Wood is correct that process is very late in its stages, but there is a legislative process, hence the legislative committee designation. And but the sooner the committee does its work, the better, because the legislative process is pretty tight and focused, and we need to get our comments in earlier than later. But I want to make sure that the department is engaged in whatever the request and the priority list comes out as being. Thank you.
And Madam Chairman, to that point, I would be glad to take some direction for a timeline that would meet your approval for the initial submittal to the board.
Thank you. We can discuss that. Anything else with respect to agenda item number 2? Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Just to follow up after some comments are made, that I'd be interested in trying to get something done to, you know, potentially put forth prior to the end of the legislative session for this. And I also just want to say that we don't have a established path yet, but I think it would be in our interest to maybe talk with enforcement on how, what kind of costs, or, you know, they deal with in trying to enforce that region and stuff like that. And so, no, there has been no recommendations on how exactly we go forward that. It's just, this is a request of our legislative committee, as this is part of their role, is to get together and start having conversations on how we can make this request for additional funds to support an issue that was heard loud and clear by the board for this region.
Thank you, Member Mitchell. All right, agenda item number 3, UAF-UAS Master of Marine Policy Program. Ms. Mitchell, would you like to speak to this agenda item as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last March, the board drafted a letter in support of the University of Alaska Fairbanks and University of Alaska Southeast Masters of Marine Policy Program. And we've received an update that this program is off to a great start. They've enrolled at least 6 students into the program by the spring of 2023 and are looking to have 15 students by the fall of 2023. They've expanded their curriculum to include foundations of marine policy and ocean governance, international fisheries, IUU fishing, and a marine policy capstone course. In addition, they have a law and fisheries course that's been expanded from 2 to 3 credits to address state and tribal fisheries. And they've just opened up the first of 2 tenure track faculty searches. So just exciting stuff happening within the University of Alaska system with regards to our fisheries.
Thank you for that update. That's really exciting, and I want to take the course. Thanks. That brings us to agenda item number 4, Committee on Naknek River Special Commercial Services and Guide Fisheries. Director Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a carryover item from the discussion we had at our work session. The board technically has kept this committee on the books, even though it hasn't been active. I think we were hoping to get some input at this meeting on whether the board should continue that or not. So it was to be revisited here at this meeting, and that's where we are.
Thank you. I'd be interested in hearing some board feedback on this and whether or not to keep the special committee. I think there was some public testimony, maybe it was committee of the whole or informal public testimony where folks were unclear whether or not the committee still exists. It does. I think we were looking for some feedback on whether or not it's useful, if it should be maintained, if it should be reactivated. So I'm kind of interested in member feedback in that space. Mr. Wood.
As I recall, the issue wasn't as discussed so much as to whether it'll continue, discontinue, or otherwise, but who's going to be willing to put the time and effort into it to serve, and there was nobody that stepped up to that. So I think that might be part of the problem if we're going to go back to the old structure. I have no problem with the way it's operating right now with that committee, with their study group, the 3 gentlemen that are on that.
Different committee.
Different committee. My apologies. I retract everything I said in the last minute and a half.
Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. I was currently assigned to this committee. However, the chair of this committee was David Weiss, and he is no longer on the board. As far as I'm concerned, or as far as I've been made aware, there hasn't been any action on this committee, and I don't know if there ever was. I'm not sure how this committee, or when this committee was developed. It was prior to my time on the board. And I guess that would be my thoughts for the record.
Director Nelson.
Thank you. The committee, just as a FYI, was formed, I believe, at the end of the 2018 Bristol Bay meeting. And if you look in RC1 under the Findings and Policies tab, you can find the charge statement to that committee. It was finding 2018-293-FB. So that is there, just if anybody wants to refer to it.
So the charge of the committee, just to paraphrase, was to deal with the crowding issue potentially on the Naknek-Quejack, or I'm sorry, in the Naknek River amongst primarily sport guide operators. I think this was also an issue that was championed sort of by former member Payton, and then kind of became a bit of a casualty of COVID to some extent. It was my understanding, but I think we did hear a lot of, testimony about continued issues with crowding. I don't think any of the issues that this charge statement was born from have been addressed and still exist, I guess I would say. So. Keep the committee.
I guess I feel like we heard a lot of testimony about this during the meeting, and also took some action that maybe could have taken some of these issues into consideration here today. Like I said, I never actually met with this meeting. I was just assigned to it, and never worked with Member Payton or knew really his ideas on doing this forward. If I'd be happy to help with something if somebody else wanted to lead the charge, but I don't think it's ever been really taken any action on.
Okay. Well, I'm not suggesting necessary action needs to be taken today. I think I'd just kind of like to take this under advisement and take feedback. So I'm not going to take any action to dissolve the committee at this time. It is what it is. But if there's interest in from the public and sort of re-energizing or reactivating it and having some meetings, then to please communicate that interest to the board. All All right. Is there any other agenda items to be discussed here today before we adjourn? Before we adjourn, I just kind of wanted to take an opportunity to thank the members of the public for attending this meeting. Thank you for your engagement. And I also would like to thank staff for all of your hard work, board support staff, division staff, and also law and public safety. And I want to also take a moment to just give an extra special thank you to Director Rutz. We will miss you, and we wish you all your, all the sport fishing days that you have in front of you at your leisure. And thank you so much for all of your work over the many years that you've served the state, and thank you for your guidance at these meetings as well.
Thank you, appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Is there anything else? Any other member comments?
He'll be back as a stakeholder probably.
All right, with that, I will take a motion to adjourn. All right. The time is 12:46. We are adjourned. Thank you.